That's right. Let's go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing? Quite a bit of chat already in here today. Let me see if I can catch up on a little bit of it. And some questions on the weight that the 2.4 gantry can take. I think that's been addressed a little bit. Hey, Nero. Hey, DJ Natty and Jordan. See Nathan and Paul and Loaf and Mr. Clown and Martin the Engineer and Lars. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Chris. Letian. Hey, Sean, Mr. K. So sorry about the change date. I had things I had to do this weekend. Saturday ended up being all 2.4 R2 prep. So we're getting very, very close. I spent all day working on that. So, and a few other people in the team have been helping. So, and then I had to be out of town yesterday. So luckily today I have off. Today is President's Day, the U.S. holiday. So it ended up working out well. So here we are. Hey, Jaeger, and Angie, and Dimitri, and Bruno, and Gary, and so, we are going to do a couple of things today. And the biggest reason is because this is really going to help me out. This is my Prusa Mark III. I have, this was a pre-order when the Prusa Mark III was first introduced. I ordered it, I think, in the fall of 2017. And this is still the original dark textured sheet, actually, that Prusa promised that had to ship out to early pre-orders after the release. So, Andrew K, 20 euros. Thank you. Hey, Steve Built. After nearly 2 years build time with a ton of interruptions, my V0 finally got his big V2 brother alive and printing yesterday. Awesome. Thanks for your stream. Glad I can help. Hey, Robbie, Michael, Squirrel Brain. Technology just this. Hi, Steve. I have exact same Bear Mark III's. Talk me into not making Switchwire out of it. Already designated all the parts. Really, a Mark III is a good printer. I'm not sure, and I'm speaking from experience, I'm not sure that it's worth converting this to a Switchwire. If you don't have room for multiple printers or budget or whatever, I recommend selling the Mark III and then building a Switchwire, because that's basically what I did. I used my Mark III to bootstrap the development Switchwire when RCF was working on that. And later I ended up rebuilding it was a different Mark III, but I ended up rebuilding it and then selling it to a friend. So, hey, Freak 3D Forge. Hey, Renee from Germany. R2 shirt I did. Yeah, that's great, Mr. Clown, because that wasn't even on my mind, but it works out well. And the R2 shirt for the R2 release, which is imminent. Anyway, back to the story. This is my original Mark III. It has been since upgraded with an LDO bear frame. So I bought this bear frame way before I knew who Jason was, but I'd never chatted with him. I bought it from one of the US distributors of it and reprinted all the parts later. I've rebuilt this a few times. When I first built it as a bare frame, it was completely different. But about a year and a half ago, I reprinted all the parts in, this is KVP fluorescent green, and I think this is stellar black, KVP stellar black. So it's all ABS. I ended up upgrading the tool head to the Bondtech setup with the pancake stepper. But otherwise, it just sits there, and it's just a workhorse for like PETG and a little bit of PLA. But I tend to print TPU on here and PETG. I save my Vorons mostly for all the ABS printing, which is 95% of what I do. On the topic of Mark III's, what do you think of the Pit Stop 2 extruder? That name sounds familiar, but I have no idea what it is. Sorry. Hi, Joseph. I think, Lars, I think this is a Bear 2.1. So my intent, so one of my pain points with the Mark III is the SD card. So I know Prusa has a built-in method for running a Raspberry Pi Zero on this, but a Pi Zero just wasn't, I tried it. It just wasn't enough horsepower. It was painful. So I took it off and I used one of these Toshiba Flash Air cards. And it works pretty well. It shows up on my network. I can map a network drive to it, but it's not ideal. The case that I have here does push on the card a little bit, so it sometimes I have to restart the printer. So for my purposes, now that the Raspberry Pi Zero 2W has come out with much more horsepower, I felt it was a good time to do that setup on this printer. And it's good timing, because if you've been paying attention to my recent streams, I was working on the Switchwire and getting it going, and lots of suggestions from chat and you guys about the silicone mod or the nylock mod. And I don't know if you can tell, but Charlie's working his way over here. He's doing the same thing he did last week. So, so what I figured is, because I needed to do some work on this, I'd share it on the stream. And this will give me an introduction to the established processes for doing the silicone mod on here, using the Octoprint plugins and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're going to do today. And I'm going to use that knowledge and experience going forward. Hi, Charlie. To do a future stream on all that stuff with the Switchwire. And we're going to take it to the next level with Switchwire, because on Switchwire, we're going to try, I'm hoping, this is my plan. My plan is to compare the inductive sensor using the silicone mod and mapping the bed, and then put like a clicky type probe in its place and do a map and see if we see a difference in the same thing. So, so we're getting a Charlie visit early. He is not ready for his nap yet. So everybody say hi, Charlie. Yeah, so I don't know how long. I mean, we're going to do some test prints and then do the silicone mod. So the test print will just be the one layer, a box, and several points of the bed. And then just go through the process. I don't know. So I got a lot of info on this from Chris's Basement. He did a stream, I think, early last year that really helped me figure out the whole process, along with some documentation I think John and Sanity have sent me on the various Prusa mods. So I'm hoping to fumble through all that and end up at the end of this stream with a well-leveled bed running Octoprint on my Mark III. So, hi, Blam. Hey, Ludwig. Derek. Charlie is getting more and more back to his normal self. He had stopped being a little vocal in the morning, because he used to be very vocal in the morning when it was food time, and very excited to get fed every morning. And he had stopped that for a while after he had his surgery and stuff, and he's getting back to that. So we're very very pleased with that. He's drinking lots of water, keeping himself hydrated. So. Tomas, you're not late. You're just on time. And thank you for 20 euros. This is a happy cat. He will get some intense petting right now, and hopefully that'll hold him over for the end of the stream. What else do I have going on? While we're petting Charlie, I've got plans. So like I said, we expect to have everything, 99% of everything sorted for the 4-on-2, the 2.4 R2 release. So if you've noticed, and if you're clever, you'll see the pull request has been put out there for many of the files. But I've been saying we didn't want to put everything out there piecemeal, and we're mostly going to put everything out there as ready to go. So the files, everything's being staged right now. So the STLs, the manual, the CAD will be out there on release, and the BOM is the big one. So the website configurator and BOM, I'm going to finish working on that after the stream today, I hope. The thing that's going to lag just a little bit, because there's a lot more effort and coordination involved, is the sourcing guide. So many of the things are going to get updated in the sourcing guide, but some of the specific things, it's going to need a little bit of work. So, but we're really close. So that means next week, I'm hoping my next stream, next weekend, is going to be working on the green V2 here and updating it. I've been needing to update it for ages to the R2 parts, and I've been holding off. So starting next weekend, we're gonna move over to that project for a couple of weeks, and then we'll move on to other things after that. Similar to this last weekend, I can't do Sunday next weekend, but I don't have Monday off next week, so it'll be a Saturday stream for sure. Okay, Charlie, are you done? Hi, Evil and John. Or did Mr. Floppy Paws a refilling food bowl? I know, but I like to regulate what he eats. He mostly eats canned food because it gives him extra fluids, extra moisture. So we can't just leave that out. So we just have to feed him multiple times in a day. Okay, where do we want to start? I think we can do everything with the Raspberry Pi ahead of doing any printing stuff. So at least we'll have the easy way of transferring files to the printer. I've already updated the firmware on this to the latest version. I used the Bondtech version. I haven't actually printed on it since I did that, but we'll find out. Hopefully everything works. But Mr. Charlie is going to have to go to his spot. Mr. Clown, I see the two-color frog from last stream didn't make it. No, it was close. This is a result of me finding out I needed to do some significant retuning of the extruders on Switchwire. I'm still working on that. Yeah. So here's where we are going to go. If we go to, there is a information on Prusa's website about doing the Octoprint configuration and install. I think we can go, is this where we want? So we have Octoprint. Does this have, I've gone through all of these, but just making sure. And then the Prusa print with the Raspberry Pi Zero. This is the documentation we're going to start with. So Prusa's documentation has fallen out of date, and they know this. So they put some notices here that it's not been updated for the Raspberry Pi 2.0 or 02W. But we should be able to get all the information we need out of here. So we're going to start with prepping the Pi. So I have I printed this, a mod. I found it on Prusa printers. It's a frame that kind of holds the, however which way it goes. I think it goes like that. The frame that keeps the Pi from shorting out on the INZ board in here. So we have that. We're going to need a few parts, so I ordered some long, so they want at least 18 millimeter long pin headers. So I ordered those. I don't have any regular ones to show as a comparison, but they're an extra long pin so they can push through a spot on the Rambo INZ board. So this printed part I got from here. So I just went on, all I did is went on Prusa printers and did a search for Pi 02W and found this. So I printed that. And then we're going to solder these pins. We're going to configure all these and solder them into this configuration. The Pure Pet Microchip Pet Feeder Mark. It measures how much they eat and keeps wet food fresh. Let me do this. Sure Pet Microchip Feeder. I'm just bringing this up, and I'm going to just leave this tab to remind me later. Okay, so we're going to leave that. Is this what you're talking about, Mark? I appreciate that. I'll check that out later, though. Hi, KB3D. Okay, back to this. I need, let's just go through this out of the way, a little bit of multi-material test prints. Looks like I need 7. Nathan Chu, 75, and I keep forgetting what NT is. Thanks, Steve, and every Voron crew for V2R2 and Stealth Burner. Also, congrats on Charlie getting back to normal. Thank you. I would advise against the Prusa mounting the connector on the INZ as surface mount and lifts after a few insertion cycles. Yeah, I'll pay attention to that, but we're going to follow these instructions because I'm not prepared to do anything different. Water feeder also, how much they drink it. New Taiwan dollar. Thank you. Okay, so we need 7 pins of this header. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm just gonna hopefully break this off nice and clean. That worked. And I'm also going to pull out, like Prusa did, I'm going to pull the pins out that I don't need. Pull. These just pull right out of the... Oops. Did that wrong. Did that exactly wrong. Just push it back in. Okay, so going off of this diagram here, I'm going to pull this one, these three, and then all but the last one on this other row. Okay. Mr. Joddy, greetings from Norway. KB3D, $10, thank you. It's 2 a.m. where you are, Nathan. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate that. So I pulled all the pins we shouldn't need. Now we're going to gather them up. Set them out of the way. I'll set them in here. That's out of the way enough. Get the soldering iron prepped. Camera angles. Derek Sorello, $10, thank you. Where did my is, and then what are we going to use to hold the going to go right like that. Maybe I get the fancy, see if this is going to be too big. Get the fancy clamp, get the fancy vise out. I have this from my days working on the Mega Squirt stuff talked about before. That's gonna go there. I'm gonna close the door. Give me a moment. Solder time. Something different. Glad I caught the stream. Hey, Killer Prince. What top lid for the extruder is that? Haven't found any that fits on the Bondtech. It's possible that I designed it. It's possible I modeled that. It's been a while though. I did this piece for the reverse Bowden, and the on top of the tool head, I used the MMU, the little brass heat set from the MMU setup. I made a piece so I could utilize that, so I can easily detach the Bowden from there. So this is gonna go right like that, and it goes to the second. If we look at the, I've got a note. It starts at the second hole in the GPIO connector. Let's see what we can get for. Okay, turn the soldering iron up and heat it. Broke a clicky mount trying to press magnet in with pliers. That makes me think about tiny vise. Also, if you look in the clicky parts, there is this printed jig that holds all the pieces in line, so you can clamp across this to put the magnets in instead of trying to put them in otherwise. So that's on the clicky GitHub repo. So we're starting at the second hole. What am I going to do to hold this in? Okay. I'm going to forego that for a second and just tack one of these just one in place. That'll be good. Now it's tacked in place. Now I can... There we go. I always, when I connect these, I tend to go one corner to corner first. Make sure that I'm straight. I can get the rest of them. That's all there should be to that. Okay. It's Tuesday here in Taiwan. I'm from the future. I have, while I'm here, I want to put a little heat spreader of some sort. I know there's not a lot of room there, but I've got these little copper heat spreaders I can put on the processor. I'll be monitoring the temperature of this, and I'm hoping this will help. Not a lot of room because this gets sandwiched on the board. So I just bought a pack of heatsink stuff off Amazon, and that came in it. So since I didn't check last stream, can everybody hear the music okay? I can't, because I still haven't figured out why suddenly I can't listen to music while you guys hear it at the same time. So if it's too loud, if it's a bad song, whatever, let me know. Okay, done with this. Music is fine. Good. Perfect volume. How do I sound? So this is second stream of using the lav mic. I've got it under my shirt again. It seems to be comfortable for me. Okay, so we're going to prepare the pin header. We did that. And this is going to go on this printed frame. And it has holes for the pins there. Everything should, if we did it right, everything should line up. Ole, greetings from Frieden. I have quite recently gotten my Trident somewhat operational. I still have to calibrate belts, etc., but it's been a blast to build. Awesome. Thanks for that feedback. I would prefer the most brutal of metal, good sir. Okay, so I think this could use a little tweak to this printed frame, but I'm not going to worry about it. Everything is soldered well. You don't want dull solder joints like this. This is a cold solder joint is what Prusa is trying to show. Okay, so let's set up Octoprint. So Prusa's isn't maintaining an image anymore, if I understand what they were saying. Prusa's custom Octoprint image is now outdated and no longer being maintained. So we're gonna go build it from the Octoprint Actually, we're going to build it from the Raspberry Pi Imager. So I've got an SD card here and an adapter so I can plug it into the printer or into the computer. I think, is that coming up? Yep, okay. So Octoprint has a Raspberry Pi Imager, and Octoprint is now one of the images you can select in there. So let me bring that up. Is this the latest version of the Imager? I hope so. It's probably close enough. Killer Prints, you got your Trident serial number. Congratulations. 470. That's a good one. 470. So mine is 210, but it was serialed almost a year ago now. So not quite the rate of Voron 0 or Voron 2, but hopefully we're catching up. Chris, I got the base plate installed on my Trident using the magnet clips mod. So we are going to choose an OS. And actually, this is kind of back. Let's go back. This is what I have already opened some of this, so that's why it started there. When you first open it, it comes up and wants you to choose Raspberry Pi OS. I think we go down here to other general purpose OS. And nope. Where was it? Other specific purpose OS. And 3D printing. You notice they have Octopi. Main sale is here. I have no idea what Simply Pi is. Octopi for Clipper. We're just going to choose Octopi. And we're going to do the staple version. Choosing the SD card that I put in there. Yep, there we go. And now we're going to hold down Control and hit the gear, the settings, so we can choose some of our Wi-Fi settings and stuff like that. Would a Pi 400 work for Clipper? Sure. It's just the form factor is completely wrong. But if you can make it work, it'll work for Clipper. Yeah. So we're going to set the host name. I'm going to make this just MK3. Just make it easy on my network. Set the username and password, and this does hide it, so configure Wi-Fi. I don't really care if my SSID is visible, but the password should. Oh, okay. I'm glad I tested that. I gotta move this to the other screen. That's interesting that it doesn't. So you won't see the rest of this. Sorry. Well, I guess you can see it from here. Time zone, US, and save. I'll write that. All existing files are going to be erased. Yes. Yeah, I would expect if once the kits really get out there, and so far you look at the kits, and the volume isn't there for Trident, so I don't think the price they're selling them necessarily significantly cheaper. There isn't a huge difference in price between Voron 2 and Trident, but there is enough. There's some. But I think as more of the kits come out, that price difference should, I think, be more noticeable. I had show password enabled on that one. I didn't notice. But I think we're okay. while we're waiting for this, because I think it still has to do a verify thing, I've got a few other pieces that are going to show up in future streams. I bought from Fabrico, I bought a, what happened? There we go. I bought the 2.4 kinematic mount set that Whopping Packard developed. This comes in a neat little package. I don't know which printer I'm going to put this on yet. And then I got some of the same the titanium rail backers to give a try. These are for a 300 build, so I have to choose whether I do that on the Trident or the Voron 2. Hey, Sanity. Got my old RepRap Prusa Mark 0 up and running again. That's old. Philippines agreed. I got one Trident as a Formbot kit, another in progress, self-sourced. Charlie is doing well. He had an early visit on the stream. He got some aggressive petting, and now he's sleeping. It's exactly the routine last stream. He crawled up the back of my bench and came across and said hi. And now he is out. So this is done. Cancel. What is the point of kinematic mounts? I'm gonna point you here. Let's take a little sidetrack here. I want to point you to a page because Whopping did an excellent explanation. I love the wording here because it's really I like it. So let's go there. What is it? How do we get there? Is it? Let's just see if we can find it this way. Or was it just Whopping mods or something like that? Oh, I misspelled. Is this right? No. Oh, yeah. What happened? Whopping Voron mods. And if we go to the kinematic bed, and this explanation, if you scroll down, it explains everything about this. But really, there's some questions down here, and I'm not going to go through all of this, but I'm going to post a link in the chat. Do I need them? And I really like the wording here, so I'm going to post this here so you can find this and go through this. Have I tried the Honey Badger linear rails? Not yet, but I have two. At some point, I have one of the MGN 7s that'll be part of my V0.0 rebuild, I think. I bought this one. But in my last order, Fabrico included an MGN 12 one that'll be part of the green V2 rebuild. So we'll check those out. Is the Prusa Bear mod worth it on a Prusa Mark 3S? I don't know if I could say that I noticed any difference in print quality. For me, it was more, hey, this is cool. I'm going to rebuild my Prusa with this. That's what most of the stuff I do here is, right? It's something else to build and play with. Okay, so that, oh, we're on back here. We have the Pi set up on the SD card. I don't know when we need to do this, but on the Prusa, you go into the settings. I think it's settings. And there's a setting down here for Raspberry Pi port, our Pi port. We're going to turn that on. Then I think we're just going to turn it off and install this thing. Pull that out of the way. So this is the default enclosure from Prusa. I opted to do this rather than some of the mod ones, just because it works well and it's nice and compact. I didn't have any trouble with it. There's this spot here that we'll cut out, and then there is after the fact, there's a cover that just kind of snaps in there. You have experience with other aluminum PCB heat bed. Wonder if the Prusa one will get taco. Does mounting with 9 screws help? The Prusa one being, I haven't noticed, and the Y carriage that it's mounted on is pretty rigid. So I think it's a good design. I think the 9 screws probably does help. I do not have much experience outside of like the CR or the Creality stuff though. Okay, I think I'm going to be a little brutal here and just take the diagonal cutters to it and then clean it up with an X-Acto knife to take this off. Where can I get the cable duct that some Voron's V0 kits come with? Oh, so if I think what you're talking about is in the electronics compartment. I don't have one handy here, but the cable raceway. Search for wire raceway or wire way to find those. Derek, I was looking at the other way, but did you turn on the serial port and the Raspberry Pi config? No, not yet. So we're gonna go in. I need to power the Pi first. So to power it, we're gonna plug it in, and then we're gonna connect to it, and we're gonna set all the stuff up, and we're gonna follow Prusa's instructions for that. I like the inverted electronics box one. Yeah. Just discovered 3D printing on nothing but one of Voron 350 and no rush. Think I can get the printed parts, a kit, and build it? Absolutely. So you find the PIF program, print it forward. If you search on the Discord for that, that's one way to get a set of the functional parts. There are other ways, other folks selling them. It puts the board on the outside. Yeah, I've seen those. So I'm just going to go through here and let me get my glasses on so I make sure I don't screw anything up. But I'm just going to go through here and be a little brutal and take the tips of my cutters here. I want to go this way because I want to clean it up. Oh. I'm going to be very careful here not to scratch the board. Actually, what if I go and use the flush side now? Yeah, that works better. That's pretty clean. So a little bit of trimming there. Yeah, and then once it's all in, that'll snap on there and cover it up. Ooh, dropped my X-Acto knife. Let's see. For Wasteway on McMaster, they have lots of sizes and options. I don't remember the exact size. I think it's about 20 millimeters square in there. But I'm sure someone else is familiar with what size you need. The piece that came out can just eat it to the trash. The pie can go in here. Need the glasses. It just goes in there right like that. Nothing to it. There we go. Okay. Let's power it on and see if we get any magic smoke. Hey, 3D printing freak. Martin. Hey, Wolfgang. Good evening. Hey, Steve, did the MGN12 upgrade to my 2.4? No matter what tuning I do, I get a grainy outer finish. It's not horrible, but bugs me enough, and I'm thinking of going back to MGN9. I'm not quite sure. Does it move smoothly if you move things by hand? If you can actually perceive a difference on the print that is attributed to the motion system, you should be able to feel that. If you can't feel it, it's probably not the motion system. So let's power this thing on and see if we can connect to it on my network. This is not being clipperized. I'm leaving the basic Prusa firmware on here. It is the tweaked one for the Bondtech, this gear ratio. Hi, Shoy. So let's power this up and give it a second for the Pi to initialize. Steven, it is green. I like this green. My original build of my MPCNC, I used this filament as well. Martin, this does. It has the basic Einz Rambo board that the Prusa Mark III came with. This originated as a pre-order MK3. So I've had this a while. I received it about a month ago, 4 years and a month ago. I would have received it, I think, in January of 2018. All right, let's see if we can get to this thing. Let's pull up a command window. And MK3.local. Now, someone said that connection refused. Someone said that I had an option wrong when I imaged it, which is possible. Let me pull up. I'm going to pull up now that I have a. I'm pulling up on a different screen my router. What am I doing here? Sure. Don't want this one. Devices. There we go. Let's see if it's showing up. Prusa MK3. Why is it showing up as Prusa MK3? I just said MK3. What IP? I didn't set the Wi-Fi region to US. That's what you said before, and I screwed that up then, huh? Let's see if we can fix that. I'm losing my end caps here. Let's see if we can fix that. If it's the cause of the problem. I tracked down the Bowden thing in the other repos and tried to have the spelling error too. Okay, thanks, DJ. I'll get that. I'm pulling the Pi out of here. Just kind of carefully prying it out. I'm going to reveal the thing. So I'm going to reveal this because why not? Prusa MK3 on my Wi-Fi. It's this. The Pi doesn't work so well when you forget this. I know it's the small screen, but oops. Okay. SD card in the Pi. Now we'll try again. I didn't allow SSH. Oh, I should have, huh? How do I fix that? Should I just reflash it while I've got it out and about, out and off? Should I just reflash it with those, with the options, or can I enable it after? SD card helps. Let's just boot it up and see if it works. You can create a file called SSH or SSH.txt on the partition of the SD card Windows can read. Okay. Let's see if we can get to it, then I'll pull it off and do that real quick. See if it shows up. It might take a little bit to... it sees it out there. Let's let it finish booting. Let's give it a second to finish initializing. It's not actually finding it. What? Why is it looking at different? That's weird. Let's see if it's showing up on my... on here. Let me refresh. Doesn't see it by name. Oops. I feel like I missed something. I should just start over. Let's do it while it's waiting for that. I've got another card here. I got another card here. So Octopi stable, choose storage, and then what I missed, hold on just a second, let me scroll back up and not show the password. There we go. Enable SSH. Use password authentication. Is that what I want? All of this is set. The Wi-Fi is set. Wi-Fi country. That's what I missed. Does that go? No. Do I really have to scroll? Scroll, 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 scroll. It better not be at the top. Why? Seriously. I am not clipperizing Prusa. I like having this be the default Prusa interface. Why does this take so long to scroll? I tried typing a letter and it didn't hop to it. There we go. Oh, I guess I probably could have typed. Oh well. This is what I saw before, the keyboard layout. I saw US here and thought it was good. This is the way we scroll. I think everything else is okay. I could have typed it. It did not work if you press the first letter. So let's save here and write that one. Yes. See if this other one is showing up. It's not seeing it for some reason. It sees that it has an IP. The scrolling is content. So when this is done, we'll go, I think I may have to do it off screen, but I'll go in and look at the file on the boot partition and make sure everything looks correct there. Is my Wi-Fi 5 gigahertz? It supports it. I have a Amplify Alien router now. Hey, Radian. That is still writing. Yeah, this is something I've been wanting to do on this printer for a long time. Having a map drive letter to this wasn't ideal. Hey, Pietro. We got all the chefs here, and that's okay. Okay, it just finished. Oh, it's finalizing. There we go. Continue. Get rid of this. And hey, Archer, good job on your streams. Thank you. Came to see Charlie. If you go back to the beginning, you'll see him pretty early. Try on IP. Yeah. I'm gonna just double check the file. Let me pull this, plug it back in. Go to the boot file, and it is WPA supplicant.txt. It didn't save any of that. Should it have? Here, let's just fix this. Here's what I'm doing, and then I'll take it away. Oops. Whatever. Way too fast. And I'm not going to do that right here. I'll do that on the other screen. So let me do this over here. Well, I can't see chat, so you guys can tell me everything I'm doing wrong. I don't know that it should have done it here, but I don't know that it'll hurt. So that is fine. Are there other files there that I should have looked at? SSH is there now. Octopi network. Let's look at what is in this file. Nothing. It says use the other thing. Let's try that. Go back to turning this off. Pull the Pi out of here. It is a tight fit in here to get this thing out. There we go. Swap the SD cards. At least that was a little more efficient having multiple of them. I'll make sure I'm plugging it into the right spot. There we go. Let's try this again. Fresh setup. Hey, Jared. No, we shouldn't use silicone wire and drag chains because they break down faster, but it's not as bad to use silicone for just the bed heater on a Trident. it does not move nearly as much as your X and Y. Raspberry Pi Imager is writing the settings standard files. Octopi uses its own setting files. Okay. Hopefully this works then. Let's give it a second to initialize. Fortunately, I can't see any of the power LEDs. Yeah, I can't really see. Oh, I closed my command window. How you doing, Jared? Back here. Can you check the IP address from the front panel? Oh, that's a good point. Let's find out. No, it's under support, right? Oh, do I have to turn the flash air stuff off? I wonder. Normal. I don't see anything here. Let's see if we've got... See if we've got anything. No, why not? Oh, that makes sense, Andrew. That makes sense. But I should still see the Pi. I'm looking through my network. I don't see anything in here. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Andrew. But I should still have power and have the thing up. What if I power this thing? What if I power this thing externally and at least take this out of the equation? Take the printer out of the equation because it should be working right now. So let's turn this off. Let me get a power supply for the Pi. I think I should have one in my box of Pi stuff. Yes, the SD card is in the Pi now. Let's just get it out of here and do all the configuration outside of the printer. I got a Pi here, and just move the printer out of the way. Everything is here. Power in. Okay. Hi, Rock is Life. Patrick McClintic, thanks for being a friendly and down-to-earth resource. And try octopi.local. You're absolutely right, Patrick. I probably should have, since it didn't take the Wi-Fi settings. That's a good point. Let's let this boot up. While that's doing that, let's ping octopi.local. Oops. Just for fun. No, it didn't find that. Let's see if it found mk3.local. No, we're not getting anything now. We are not clipperizing the Mark III. We are playing around with loading Octoprint on it, but not getting anything. Do not see it. I don't see it in my connected devices list. What is whiteout.local? Yeah, I've never actually used this Pi. Never actually done anything with it, so let's see, now that it's been up for a little bit, see if we get anything at all. What was this? Someone said something about a list of IPs. The power LED is on. I'm not getting anything. I was getting stuff before. I was at least, it was seeing an IP for the device. I'm not seeing an IP for it on the router is the problem. Everything was correct. I do have all the supported Wi-Fi's here. So we can do another. If it isn't on router, it isn't connected. Right. It's not showing, but why? Let's power this off and let me look at the settings. This is not the part of this I thought I was going to have trouble with. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go to, because remember many streams ago, I had all this trouble when I was trying to use I had a bad file I downloaded. Let's just go to here. Where do we get the image itself without using the where do I get the image from here? Is it up here? Let's go to this release and download the image. Check your router. I didn't see it on my network, so we're gonna go with the Balena imaging process. Might as well just start over here. So let's go. Oh, I never installed it here. Let's go to go download it. Download for Windows. Open this. Did it open? Oh, there we go. And where did it go? There we are. Okay, so we have Balena Etcher. We're going to flash from file. Holy scaling. Octopi, open. Select the target, SD card, select, and flash. Nope. I have not had an Octoprint device on my network for well over a year, so shouldn't have anything out there that's interfering. I thought it was neat that the Pi imager started having these 3D printing things in it. I was hoping it would just go smoothly. I think I've actually used it for mainsail with success. But something is going on, so we're just going to try a different way. Michael, we did that. That's what we did. Oh, cut. That's what we did, and it's not working. So we're going to try a different way. You just have to wait for it to copy this image to the SD card. And I did wait. I mean, it was several minutes there. Good evening, Kai. I am absolutely not blaming the imager on this. There's probably something I've done. But instead of just trying the same thing over and over, I'm going to try something different. Okay, so that... Oh, I muffle my audio when I fold my arms? Thank you. Because the... Where is it? Oh, it's way down here now. It's kind of fallen down. I got to get a better way to attach this. There you go. That's probably better. Let's bring up the boot. and edit this, and I'm going to bring this over to the screen. So now this is all fresh. This is a new, and it has an SSH file on the card already, so I don't have to do anything with that. So I'm going to change this. And then off screen, I'll do the password, but I'm going to come down here and fix this. I think that's it. So let me do the password real quick and then save it. Yeah, I think I know what's going on. I think I know what's going on. I think I was typing my password wrong. Nope, I think I'm pretty sure I was typing my password wrong. Now that I did it for the third time. So we're going to try all of this off. I don't know if you can even see the LED. I'm batting 1,000 today on the dumb mistakes. It's doing its flickering. Yeah, you can see that. It's not very well focused, but we'll give it a second there. I'm pretty sure I was adding an extra character in my password. I just bought SKR2 to clipperize my Prusa Mark 2.5S because my board is toasted. I've tried Clipper on this printer. I installed an SKR 1.4 turbo and did all that, and it just became yet another printer that I had to work on and maintain. And with every other printer here with Clipper, I thought it was nice to have something not. See you, Nathan. Thanks for being here. Okay, let's see where we're at now. Let's just, so it should be, because this is a default, so this should be octopi.local, right? Oops. Woohoo! We have communication. So let's SSH. Oops. Nope, nope, nope. Default password. Default password. Raspberry Pi. Oops. Raspberry. Raspberry, right? There. Raspberry. Oh, thank you. I'm getting flustered now. I am getting flustered. I'm just compounding my errors. There we go. Take a deep breath. See? Engagement. It was all about engagement. All about engagement, right? Is that right? Get in to the configuration. I need a little sip of whiskey. I'm good. It is 11:30 here. Hey, Gary D. Yes, I'm sure Charlie can do a better job at some of this than I have today. Let's see. Let's change the host name. I want this to be MK3. And let's change the local time zone. US, Pacific, and I think that's all I care about right now. Finish. Oops, nope. Would you like to reboot now? No. Let's go back and change the password. Always change that default password. Now we can finish. Reboot. Definitely a couple of ID10T errors there. Hey, Tracy. Let this thing restart. And we can go through some of these other changes we need to do. So let's go through what we're going to have to do next. So we've installed this. Well, it's not installed now, but we've done it. It's all prepared to be plugged in. I'm going to do the rest of these while it's sitting here powered on. I think that's all of the documents here. I did all this. So now we're going to another part of their documentation, which is the Octoprint configuration and install. So we're going to skip down to this configure the Pi 0 with GPIO. I think this is where it is. Here. The swapping ports used by GPIO and Bluetooth. This is the critical parts. I believe. I'm fumbling through this. So if I missed something, let me know. 2 config files must be updated and a serial port added over SSH. Some of the following codes are taken from a thread in our forum. The first thing is to enable serial connection is swap out the ports used by the GPIO and the internal Bluetooth chip. We need to add a line in the config file in the boot partition. So let me move my windows around here so hopefully we see enough of this. So we're going to edit. So here, let's go back into, and then we're going to change this to MK3 now, hopefully. And yes. My new password, and all of that is working. So now we're going to sudo nano /boot /config.txt. I'm gonna move this out of the way for a second, and with the down key, move to the cursor to the very end and add DT overlay this. So we're gonna copy this. Come back here. We're just gonna go all the way down to the bottom of the file. Apparently I didn't copy it. Oh, there we go. Right-click to copy. We're going to write that out and exit. Control O, Control X. What is next? For Raspberry Pi 02, if you experience connection, add the following line to the same file. I don't know if we need to do that, but we should be. Will it hurt to do that? Let's go back and add that line to the same file. For good measure, you can also disable Bluetooth services globally with the following terminal commands. We like good measures, right? Do that. That is done. Now disable the serial console, moving to another config file where part of the code must be deleted to disable the serial console. So we're going to edit this file. Oops. C. And we're going to look for the following string and delete it. Console serial 0 115 200. So edit this file and it's right here. Console serial 0 115 200. We're just going to delete the very beginning of this and write it and exit. I'm not going to use Bluetooth. And now reboot. Then we get to do some stuff in Octoprint. And this is a very fresh version of Octoprint, and I haven't touched Octoprint in at least a year and a half. So this will be fun. So how many people here have found the 2.4 R2 files? How many people have actually found them and started printing them? What do you think of the manual? Dunnar has done an excellent job on that, hasn't he? I'm going to log back in and then shut it down. So I mentioned that because we intentionally started building the PR for 2.4 R2 early, so that those that want them can grab the files. If you look in the Voron 2 GitHub, in the pull requests, you'll see my pull request for all the files. And it's in a draft mode right now. But you can follow that back and get the files. I'm building a Trident, so I haven't looked. Now, very shortly I'm going to work on, and shortly as in days, porting some of the minor, very minor, extra minor, less minor than R2 changes back to Trident. So like the offset idlers in the front, those are going to get, they're already done. They've been done for a while. If you paid attention on earlier streams, you'll have seen them on the orange Trident. The offset idlers are going to get ported back. The skirt fan mounts are going to get ported back, and all the little changes like the chamfers to cross bridge, unsupported countersunk holes, all that's getting done. So I don't really want to drop a link because I don't want that to be recorded in YouTube for future, because it's a temporary spot. It's just a pull request. So I'd rather not show up in the chat here. But if you go to the repo and you look at the pull request, you can follow that back and find it. So Killa, you'll need many of these R2 parts for the LDO kit. Really the critical one is the power inlet on the back. But the really nice to have ones are the Z drive modules. So, okay, everything, it is shut down. So let's unplug it here. And that's okay that it's all over Discord. I just didn't want it to show up in YouTube, because this chat will be available in the rewatch, be able to rewatch, and I don't, that's never ends. Okay, so now that this is up, let's plug it into the, plug it back in, hopefully for the final time. Where's my, oh shoot, I forgot to put the frame on. Killer Prince, thoughts on the updated front idler mod? It is the most basic change mentioned in a GitHub issue report to get the tensioning screw in line with the belt to hopefully keep the idler from shifting and causing the belts to run off center. So far it's working well. I have it installed on 3 printers, quite a bit of time on especially the orange Trident here without any trouble. So DJ Natty, the PR is draft. Because it's not ready to merge into the Voron 2 repo, but the parts are all final. They are what are going to be there. If you look at the commit messages, which are the little changes, you'll see a bunch of things that we found and are correcting before we actually push it to release. But 99.9%, it's there. And the CAD is getting updated with the files. It'll be there on the release. Hi, Tiny. Mitchell, this is KVP Fluorescent Green and KVP Stellar Black ABS. So with all that stuff, the configuration, we should see the IP address here, right? No, I don't see it. Are we not? Well, we'll find out if we're actually working. So we have some more setup to do here. Let's reuse one of these windows. We should be able to go to mk3.local, right? Let's find out. There we go. This is a good sign. We are going to continue to make mk3.local. The IP address is a plugin. Here we are. Thank you for installing Octoprint. Next, I don't have a backup to restore. Next, access control. Guess I should set this. Okay, good. It's hidden. Create the account. Logged in as Steve. Octoprint does not and never has supported the RPi 0 or 0W. But it's not a 0W. Close. Let's ignore that. Next. Configure anonymous usage tracking. No, I don't want my usage tracked. I think all of this is okay, right? Next. I see all the files on your GitHub. Yeah. Have I set up my own GitHub for profiles and such? Not really. I've set up some files that I've been putting on the Voron users GitHub. You haven't decided on whether to enable. Oh, okay. Please set up the enable the connectivity check. That's fine. Next. Plugin blacklist. Yeah, that's fine. I don't. There's going to be very few plugins I install on here. The printer profile. So let's call this the Prusa MK3. Sure. I have not done any of this in so long. Rectangular origin is the lower left. It's got a heated bed. Width is 254 by 210, right? Is that the Prusa build area? By 230? What is the Prusa build area? Do we have any folks in here? Does it tell us here? No. Anybody want to confirm that? 255, 210, 210? Okay. I thought it was 254 wide though. What's a millimeter between friends? All done. Finish. Now let's go to settings. And the serial connection. Look at the documentation because you will need to do a -4 at some point. What documentation? Adding a serial port to Octoprint. The last part of the configuration is the web interface. Open your browser and go to Octoprint. As soon as you arrive at the home screen, click settings and then head to serial connection and insert the line below additional serial ports. So let's add this. Additional serial ports. I'm gonna auto connect to the printer. Serial port, I think that'll change once so let's save this. And let's choose that. Save the connection settings, and I think we should be able to connect, right? It is operational. Where's our, there we go. Success. Success. Printer profiles, edit, print and volume, 250. That's what we got confirmed in by James and Chris, it looks like. Save. Woohoo! So now, should be able to, yep. It's doing stuff. What kind of plugins do I need by default here? Um, I'm going to turn off the webcam support just so it's not sitting there in the interface. It should go away, right? There we go. Can I just turn this off? There are updates available for the following components. Let's just go ahead and update what it says we can update. Someone asked earlier, and I forgot to respond. This is Jesse PLA. This is Yellowbird PLA, and that's what we're going to use today to do the test prints. Reload. Awfully quiet out there now. Got it working and everybody shut down. How do I get rid of this? You can disable this message via settings, Pi support, ignore warning on unsupported hardware. Settings, Pi support, disable warning about unsupported hardware. Save. Let's get rid of that. Okay. While we're here, before we get a print started, let's install the plugin I think we're going to need. And this bed level visualizer plugin. I'm barely a step ahead of you, John. Just barely. Plugin manager. Installed plugins. Okay, let's go to Get More. And Bed Visualizer. Oops. Bed level visualizer. There it is. Install. I think an update of Octopi or print should recognize the 02. We can see if there's one. I think it would have come up though. You're all just amazed I actually got it to work. Glad you have confidence. Does LDO sell the cable duct separate that comes with the V0.1 kits? I don't think so. It's a pretty common item to find. And there's this Prusa specific. So what's it actually called? Here, let's try this. Let's just do a search for Prusa. See what's out there. Prusa leveling guide. I think that sounds right. Let's install the Prusa leveling guide. Remy, is there a reason why GE5C spherical bearings didn't make it into the R2? Yes. Scope creep. Trying to keep things to a minor update. Those fell just outside of what at least I considered a necessity for 2.4. Doesn't mean they won't show up in a future revision, but it's not there. So that is installed. Any other suggestions for, hey Juan Carlos, any other suggestions for plugins? And where can I change this? Appearance, title. MK3, not a Voron. Save. There we go. And let's restart it. That's it? Okay. Joseph, any idea where I can get a Raspberry for my Voron 2.4 build? There is a site. I have no idea what it is, but someone's maintaining, someone or some people are maintaining a Pi availability chart. I don't know where it is. I've never actually visited it, but I know it's out there. Pretty G-code. Yeah, there's lots of plugins I can install, and I appreciate the suggestions. For our build today, I think we're okay. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything that I'm going to need today. Bed visualizer is just generic. The Prusa leveling guide is what I need for, or the helper. So restart. Oops, I didn't hit the confirm. Jeff Gerling showed it on YouTube multiple times. I wonder if he has it. Let's do this. I wonder if he has it in the links in the description. Is it Jeff G.E.? A recent one. Let's just go to a video, and I'm going to just immediately pause this. Nope. I was hoping he would have just like the link to the Pi availability right there, but I don't see it. It was worth trying. Let's reload. It is operational. We are seeing things. So let's set up Prusa Slicer to do a simple print. I was doing some pressure advance tuning on the Switchwire last, but let's go to the configuration wizard and add, because I haven't actually added a, let's discard those. I haven't added a Prusa printer into this. Just do that. That's good enough. Next. Let's go to filament, and let's just do a generic PLA profile. They don't have Jesse listed here. Finish. I should have, oh, where'd it go? There we go. And where's the print settings for, oh, is this what they do? Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Our Pi locator. Let's do the distracted stuff. RPi locator. Looks like rpilocator.com. Here we go. Thank you. Appreciate that, guys. Really love the added fact on blank page in the manual. Yeah, I like that too. The little random facts. Where are we? back here. So we're going to just set up a generic little test print, just a 1-layer test print, see what it looks like, get a good view of it. I'm just going to do this by adding a box of 0.2. There we go. Why is that not moving? Wow. Just having a little trouble. Let's get a few of these. The different areas of the bed. If you hit the number 1 on the keyboard, it will default you to the top-down view. I'm just going to place these about even. Right click on the arrange icon and set it to like, oh really? Oh, well that's interesting. I didn't know that was there. Arrange. Well, that's not what I want. If I set it up here. I want all 5 though. Let's put this back to, let's put this back to 6. There we go. I want this kind of further in the corners. And where'd the other one go? There it is. This is close enough. Slice it. Let's go to the printer settings, and we are going to set add a physical printer. Prusa MK3. Host type Prusa link. Let's go Octoprint. And mk3.local. And test. Is there does this the one that needs the 1, 2, 3 or whatever? Octoprint version at least 1.1.0 is needed. Could not connect Octoprint. SSL peer certificate was not okay. Does anybody know what's going on here? I was hoping this would just work. Ignore cert checkbox. Still not. Needs the API key. Oh, so I have to go back to here and go to the settings and the API and copy this, right? And no. The global API key should best not be used anymore. It's one single key that gives full admin access to your whole Octoprint instance. Instead of using it, you should create individual application keys for your third-party clients. Access application keys. Here we go. Application identifier. Prusa slicer. Generate. Copy. Close. Save. What am I missing? There we go. HDP. Thank you. Okay. Now we can slice and send it to Octoprint and just upload. Now we should, yep, there we go. Shows right up. Thank you. Let's get this set up. Here's how I organize my... Go to the interface and do the load filament PLA and let that heat up while we get the spool. Octoprint IP on Connect is a plugin to display the IP on the screen. Okay. I don't really care, as long as it works. I don't really need to see it on the screen. There we go. Let this warm up. Preheating. It's always interesting. I plan for this. I plan for the stream today, and I'm thinking, how am I going to fill like 3 hours of time? It's called mistakes with flashing the Pi. That was not planned, I promise. This is only the first half of what I want to do today. Holy, sorry, that was loud. When everything is set up, Arc Welder is a good plugin. Okay, I'll look into that. Let me extrude a little more. That's probably good. Yes, it has extruded with the right color. Let's go to, let's turn off the, let's cool down the heaters. Make mistakes and fix them. I make lots of mistakes. Many of them on camera. I've moved this thing around, so I'm gonna run the quick calibration. I'm just gonna run the Z calibration. This will just, Prusa does this, it drives the gantry into the top pieces just to make sure it's level. Please clean the nozzle. Where are my tweezers? Yep. Run through the calibration. I have a few things coming on kind of evolving the stream. I have a friend who made a logo for me. So I need to, I've been busy with the R2 release, so I haven't had a chance to integrate that, but I think it'll be neat. It'll be fun. I'll leave it as a surprise though. Hopefully by next stream, I'll be able to introduce it. And I resurrected my almost 10-year-old Twitter account. I have no idea how much I'm going to be active on there, but it's there. It's Steve_builds. Okay, so that is done. So let's go through and just going to start this print and see what it looks like. Load and print. Object doesn't fit volume. Why? Exceeds the print volume of the currently selected printer profile? Why would it do that? Print settings. Bed shape. So we are 250 by 210. So that confirms what you guys were telling me earlier. Everything should be okay. What am I missing? Everything's within the visual. Oh, it's... So how do you actually set that in? Because it's trying to do the purge line. You see down here? Oops. It's trying to do the purge line outside of the print area. I know Prusa does this weird negative thing. I did set up the printer profile, but I think here we've got this selected. Please define your print volume. If your printer's head may move slightly outside the print volume, you can define a custom safe bounding box for its movement below. What do they normally do here? -4? Hey, cool. I didn't actually read what you said there, Michael. Let's see if we do that. Let's save. Now let's load and print. And it's going. Let's make sure I didn't mess it up in the slicer though. X is 250, Y is 210. That's correct. Now origin here, would you, well, this is Prusa's setting, so I assume that's correct. -4 on the Y min, that's what we did. Yep. It's gonna print. Let's see. Let's move this around and see if we can get at least get this camera ready. I don't like Prusa's default start G code, but we're gonna go with it. I'll copy my stuff over to it later. While this is preheating, I'm gonna grab a another drink. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm assuming the Z offset stuff is good enough. Can we get a little better view by going? Let's try that. After 2 weeks of printing under a box, reprinting a couple of parts today, the Pi finally decided to throw an overheat fit. Did it actually cause problems or just get an overtemp warning? So Alexander, this is the original textured sheet from Prusa. Like, I got this in, I don't remember what it was, January, February, whatever, because they didn't have them ready for release for the Mark III. This got shipped later. So this is the, and it's held up. It's held up. I've done quite a bit of printing on this. See if we can get any kind of, yeah. I'll see if I can get a better look at those when it's done printing. I have, over the years, Prusa's textured sheets have changed. This is the original. I bought one about a year later, maybe it was, maybe less than that. And it was a slightly different texture. And I didn't really, wasn't super pleased with it. Then I bought another one and it looks like they went back. They went back to more like this. So it's kind of shifted around over the years. Maybe it could just be the one I got. But there was one I wasn't super happy with. But I have, I think, 1, 2 or 3 of these now. I use them on, oh, I have one here. I have the orange Trident and the green V2. I use these same sheets on. Here's the, I don't know if you can tell that. There's a little bit of a difference in the shade, but this is a newer one without the cross marks and all that. Michael, I've been okay with just the Pinda. This isn't a super Pinda on here. I've been okay with that on this, but this is a learning experience for me, the whole process, because we're going to play with it on the Switchwire later. I do have a satin sheet. I keep getting corners lifting on it. I haven't found the magic combination of stuff to make it work with ABS. So I kind of try it and then I set it aside and I'll try it again at some point. I don't know where it is, but I have the satin sheet around here somewhere. These are nice short prints, only a few minutes, so we'll get a view with the good camera once it's done. Yeah, Sanity, you make a good point. I think every Prusa sheet has a number in the corner. Where are we at? There we are. So this is a BH25. This one is a WA11. This one is a TL21. Zuko, I run all of my ABS at 110C. It was still a problem. And I use glue stick on all my ABS prints. Even so, that too, that as well. Hey, the Weekend Warrior, how you doing? This is almost done. Less than a minute remaining. Testing OSEC on your Mini. Is that the other beds? What else do I have? Almost there. Okay, we've got some variation here that's going to be good to check. Let's let this is probably, let this cool off real quick on my bench, and then I'll show it on the camera. Say I've been getting bad Y-layer shifts after almost completely printing. Or on parts, mechanical seems fine. Could the enclosure have baked my original board? Is that on what printer, Sean? I mean, the some of the components, particularly the power supply on like this, aren't going to be too happy in an enclosure for extended periods of time. Okay, let's see if I can get a little bit of... So this is the front corner. The rear. Hopefully we got a good focus. Those are really good. The front, the one that's different is this front, the last one it printed. Didn't really stick all that great. And the middle one is a little, the middle one's a little, maybe a little high. So let me see if I can mark these. Let's see if I can find something to mark these with. Somewhere on them. What should I do? Let's go for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's get all of those marked. And then do the bed mod stuff and see if we see any changes. I can get these off of here without... If they're coming apart, then it's telling me that they're too high, so that's a good thing to see. Ah. There we go. Set these over here. Yeah, so that front corner was definitely higher than the back. keep all of these marked. There. Nope, this can stay off because we're going to have to work on this. Hey, Zuko. That's the whole point of this stream. We're doing that stuff. That's what we're getting prepared for. Okay, let's see, I've got a couple other pages here saved to kind of cover what we're going to do. What was this? This is Octoprint. We did that. Let's close that. There's a page that I was pointing to. I think this was John sent me here. So this is kind of the silicone tubing mod. And oops, I didn't start at the top. Silicone level bed mod for the Prusa. And the idea being is that you use a high temp silicone tubing cut to 9 or 10 millimeter length. And these compress as you, there are 9 standoffs holding the bed on. They are stainless steel standoffs in the default configuration. You replace the 8 outer ones and leave the stainless steel center one. And that one being your reference point now, you can compress the other ones to set your bed height. Does that make sense? So that is what we are going to follow. Let's shut down the system so we're not just powering off the Pi. And we'll leave the printer running for a few more degrees while the hot end cools down. See if I'm missing anything. Do a mesh with the Prusa plugin before and after the mod. That's a good point, huh? That's a good point. That's a good point. See you, Evil. Thanks for being here. Let's reset this. While that's powering on, let's talk about how we're going to do this. I downloaded a model, a jig. I didn't have to make this because someone else made a really nice one. I made one for a 10 millimeter length tube and one for a 9 millimeter. I bought some high temp hose off of Amazon. So basically, I'm gonna stick this in here, and this is the 10 millimeter one, and cut sections. I'm actually gonna start, because this feels pretty stiff, so we're gonna go the 9 millimeter, and if that's not, doesn't seem like it's squishing enough, we'll cut some 10 millimeter ones. But the idea here is this. The tube goes in there and you just use an X-Acto knife to cut nice, consistent sections of tubing. Nice. Well, nicely squared. So I got that. I just did a search on Prusa printers. Let's reload the page. And this jig for silicone tube leveling for Prusa heat bed. So that is what we will be setting up. So Then I'm going to let this cool down to near room temperature for the bed, do a mesh, heat it up to 60 C and do a mesh. And then we'll do that after as well. So I'm just going to cut 8 of these real quick while we're waiting for this to stabilize at near room temperature. Trying to leave most of the tubing in the bag. That's 5. This jig works really well. I wouldn't have been able to design anything better, so no reason to model something myself when I can download it. What are we at? 1 more. So we have 8 of these at 9 millimeters tall, and they just, holding them here, they seem really consistent, so that jig did the job. Rock is life. I do not CAD for a living. I do IT service and support. Hey, Neriq. How are you? Those are cut while we were waiting for it to stabilize. It's looking pretty good. We're going to do a 30C cold mesh in Octoprint. So let's go here and reload. Let's learn about this bed visualizer. How do I start that? Let's go to settings. And we've got a Prusa leveling guide. Is that what we want? Or do we want just the visualizer? Let's do the bed visualizer first. How do I actually run this? Display on tab screen. You're stuck at work? Is that all I need to do? Bed visualizer. Okay, in order for this plugin to work properly, you must configure the G-code commands necessary to send back a bed topography report. Okay. G-code commands for bed mesh process. Firmware specific examples can be found here. Prusa. Let's go here. Run the best. So I think I just need to grab this. For Prusa firmware, come back here and paste this here and save. You will need to populate the visualizer stuff with proper G-code commands. I think that's what I just did. Go back to the main screen and hit the hamburger to find it. Yep. There's the hamburger. Oh, it's behind the text, but bed visualizer and update the mesh. It is going to do its thing. You copied some of the other stuff into the G-code? Well, let's see what happens. Okay, so that is going to do that, and then we're going to see if this actually worked or if I copied something wrong over there. Remember to get the bed to print to print temp before meshing. Yes, Zuko, that's true. I was doing a cold and a warm. See, it leaves those. This is all within. Nothing is down in. Well, there's a purple, but there's nothing going up into the red. Let's go to. I want to double check I didn't copy something into the G code. What do I have? Let me go down here real quick. I think everything was okay. I didn't copy anything extra. Okay. Now there is a with it's installed, you shouldn't need the shield. Time for the help on skewed thread on Prusa printers. You can take a screenshot of the mesh. Well, what I was going to do is there's a page that I found, and I think I got this from Chris Riley's stream. I think I can copy. Oh, this is the. Well, that's interesting. This is the turn angles for the thing, but can't I get the? Can I get the mesh? Can I get a copy of the mesh? Yes, it should be in the terminal. There. And then what is the command? There's a command for outputting the mesh to the terminal. Was that in here? Or does anybody remember what that is? To display the current mesh? What's the G code for displaying the current mesh? Let's find out. Done with this page. G code, display current mesh. G code. Mesh. Mesh validation, move to mesh coordinate, set mesh value. Isn't there a G code to display the current mesh? Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. You want to suppress the temperature. There we go. Measured points. And I think we can copy this to this mesh visualizer. And this is probably not going to work because this. Can I get rid of these from the values? Oops. Is this gonna work? M502. Is that all of, oh, no, one more. Visualize. There we go. And does that match what we got in here? Let's go back to the bed visualizer. And that is 0, 0, and it's up just a little bit. Yep. What the? So now I was going to, that's what I did. I was going to save this in its own tab, open a new tab, and then we can look through the different, so I can just add a page, copy this and put the new values for the next mesh in here and see how it compares, right? Then we can just switch between the tabs and see what they look like. That I want to, let's take this over here and get it out of the way. And we don't need that page anymore, and we don't need that one, and we don't need that one. Now we're going to heat up the bed. And let's go, what do you guys say? We should try maybe 70C? And get up to 70, do the mesh visualizer, and then compare them. Then we'll do the silicone mod at room temperature and heat it up to 70. Do it at room temperature to get it close, and heat it up to 70 and dial it in. And then we'll do a print. And hopefully we can do all of that within not too ridiculous of time today. Because I don't think it'll take long to install these spacers. Alexa, show mesh. So it is warming up to 70 right now. And absolutely we can warrior. We want to do the leveling at the temp we use regularly. What I wanted to kind of see here is the difference between at room temperature and at temperature. See how the bed moves, and see if it moves differently once we've got those silicone spacers under there. Did I set off your TV? Did I actually? Alexa, buy stuff. All the stuff. Confirm. We are meshing around today. Good one, Enots. Okay, we are up to temperature. So let's go back to the bed visualizer. We'll use you guys mentioned the Prusa leveling guide. We'll use that when we actually do the adjustments, but let's update the mesh. Sorry, I can't do that. How does it know my name? Mesh that like button. This is almost done, so let's see what this looks like. See if it's significantly different. It is. Let's go to the terminal and not grab the old one. Here's our new values. Copy those. And I have apparently a different window here, so we're going, oops, go back to the visualizer, paste this, and then I don't know if there's an easier way to get rid of this, but we're doing all the same scaling. Hopefully just get a visual representation here. And visualize. That is significant, isn't it? Look at that difference between the, so this is at 70C and this is at 30C. So 70C and 30C. So now let me cool this down. And we're going to leave these pages here. Is there any, oops. There's nothing here to like label it or whatever. So I'm just going to leave these windows open. Because I could take a screenshot. I can rotate here as well. But this gives me an active window to make comparisons with actual values. So I think this will work well. I still have it received in that last line. Let's check. I did. Maybe that's why. Thank you. I didn't scroll down on there. Let's visualize. It didn't make any real difference. You have not delete a in the upper box. Yeah, I got it. It's done now. Oops. Those are all good. Is it a must? I have the 2.4 kit on order. Hearing about all these mods make me a bit nervous. You building a spec build, you will end up with a printer that will print well. Many of the mods are for personal choice, quality of life, just different. Some of them I probably better. But the spec build is based around the compromises of easy to build, easy to source. You will end up with a printer that will print well. The bed does not have to cool down before I shut down, so let's shut it down and install these silicone spacers now. Where did I lost my mouse? Proceed. I need to find my phone and send a quick text message. Hold on a second. I don't know where my phone is. While this is cooling down a little bit, I'll be right back. Nope. Okay, that's off. I'm back. Think you can hear me? Yep. Oh, let's see. It's very easy to build stock and upgrade later once you have an awesome printer to make the mods on. A lot of the ones I've done were out of necessity, slight improvements. Anyone hit the print button? Okay, let's turn this off and do this mod. Oops, I should have moved this. I should have moved the Z out of the way more. I don't really want to disturb the... Let's turn it on. I don't want to disturb the tram in between these. Get that out of the way. And shut the printer down again. That is nice and out of the way. We'll take this off. Here. And turn it off. Remove all of these screws. Hey, Gadget Angel. Where's that spool holder from? That came with the Prusa MMU2 setup, and it just works nice for the way I have this configured. Okay, I am going to try this by just loosening the front or the center one, but leave it there. And I'm going to replace these spacers. So this is these are the stainless spacers that come with the bed. And they're all supposed to be the same height. I think I'm going to squeeze the... I'm going to just squeeze them in one by one. I'm going to make sure that the center one is loose enough to where we're not tweaking on the bed. I think this is... Ivan is very entertaining. I like Ivan Miranda. Just making sure I've got enough space here. There we go. How wide is the Jessie spool? Jessie spools are a total of little over 70 millimeters, about 73. Did you buy countersunk Allen or Torx countersunk? These are the screws that came with the Prusa. They're just Allen. They're just flathead Allen key driver. You don't have to change these. Make sure I'm staying. Don't want to torque on the bed. Oop, move that forward. Get to this one. That. Let's see, I've been sorting printed parts for the upcoming 2.4 build and discovered the rabbit hole. Once I get it done and print the spare set, I'll be tearing it down and replacing some of them. The rabbit hole of mods or the rabbit hole of what? That will definitely suck you in. I know it sucked me in on some things. Okay, so the center one is very loose to allow for these taller spacers because the point is that the silicone compresses, right? I'm going to slowly work my way around and tighten these down, and I'll probably grab one of these spacers and some pliers to get things close. So I'll just hold it once I get close and use this as the guide for the spacer. So I'm just going to go just touch and then a couple of turns all the way around. So it's in between. Let's see where we're at. Now I'm going to grab this and see how close I am. Okay. A little printed spacer would have worked here or something. I'll try to get a better shot of what this looks like with these compressed. Let's see if I can use tweezers instead. Hard to keep hold of these. Almost there. Okay, I think I'm close enough to now use the tool, the plug-in, to move from there. And then if you can see, I had that center one. It was somewhat tight when I was working on the rest. Now it's very loose. So we're going to take this one down to tight. And then I think you can see the silicone spacer squished down. Anyway, it's not focusing real well, but this can be there. Let's plug it back in. This makes the assumption that the carriage is level. Sort of. With it makes the assumption that not the carriage down here, but that it's going to tram this to the x-axis, which is what matters, right? Let's power it on now. FPV Todd, yeah, today's live stream there's a couple of reasons for today's live stream. Is so I can have better access to my Prusa MK3 via Octoprint, and that's what we spent the beginning of the stream on. Now I'm learning about this silicone bed leveling mod for the Prusas, with the idea of using that knowledge and what I've learned going forward to more in-depth coverage on the Switchwire. So, put the sheet back on, yep. Yep, we need the sheet on. So let's go back to Octoprint. And now we haven't tried this Prusa leveling guide, but let's look at this. My heater was still on and it's starting to get toasty in here. Let's look at this plug-in and see how this works. This process is based on this guide. And there's a page, a GitHub page with that. Please be familiar before using this tool. Once ready to begin refining your bed variants, click Begin Adjustment. I do not want to preheat for this first one. I want to just do a cold check. What is beta? What is... Oh, begin adjusting. Waiting for mesh level to complete. So it is going to go through and home. Where do I find the small ring thing for the Trident display case? I pushed it to the Trident repo. So if you go to the Trident GitHub page and go to the files and go to the STL files in there, it's not in the release yet, but it's in the files. You'll find it there. Hey, Hard K. So it's going to run through here. Switch back to this screen to see what it changes to. Oh, now it's going to move the bed out for me. It moved the tool head out of the way and the bed out front. So now what is this actually saying? Did I recalibrate Z? I didn't move it. You think I should recalibrate Z? I probably should, huh? This is very, let's find out. We have about minus 0.1 in the back corner, 0.2 in the front corner, minus 0.2, just kind of a, let's print. Does that work? Let's see what it looks like. Let me do the calibration. I probably should calibrate Z, so let's do that. Then we'll run it again. It shouldn't have moved, but this is the right thing to do. Thanks, Raker. I'll change that. It's doing a quick calibrate Z, just in case. You can change the raw value drop down so it tells you how much to turn each screw. Okay. Here, let's do that right now while we're waiting for this. Degrees or fractional turns or decimal turns. Let's go degrees. I did a calibrate Z, so I'm gonna do a. Is that what this is? What is this? I'm going to say finished and start over. Or actually, can I just continue? Oops. It's doing it again. I think if I continue, we'll see these values change. So. Because this is just going to keep doing it over and over until I say it's good. So just hitting continue, I think, is the right button. We'll see these change if the calibrate Z made a significant difference. A little bit. Now we're going to take the bed off. And we're going to look at these values here, and this is saying turn 80.4 degrees counterclockwise, turn 169 degrees counterclockwise. None of these are significant. All of these are within 0.2 or so millimeters. So, oops. Uh-oh. I lost my main camera again. Let's turn it back on. It should come back. There we go. So we are going to turn this counterclockwise almost a quarter turn, right? Go there. Let's go almost a half a turn on this one counterclockwise. So I'm going to use the flat of my wrench to get an idea. Almost a half a turn. Almost a quarter turn. We're going to go, oops, I went the wrong way. So almost a quarter turn, then almost another quarter turn clockwise. Clockwise, like 1/8 of a turn. clockwise 180. Clockwise a little more than an 8. And then clockwise almost 180. There. I can do this connected via USB, right? No Pi needed. Yes. No, you need the Pi for the plugin. But you could get your mesh and put it into a site that will tell you what your variation looks like. So now I went through all of these and estimated this, and now we're going to continue with the bed back on, with the plate back on. I've got flats in the handle here that I'm going off of as an estimate. It's going to change here in a second. You can use Pronter Face, okay. Now everything is a little closer, and it'll take a little bit finer adjustment. This driver is some generic thing. It says RD Logics on it. I bought it who knows how long ago, probably off of Amazon or maybe one of the local hobby shops. So back corner is 19.2 degrees clockwise. So that's going to be like a 1/16 of a turn. 25.8 degrees counterclockwise. Let's just go here. So a little bit more than that one. 3.6. So I'm just going to smidge that one. Clockwise 28. Let's go there. Clockwise just a tiny bit. Just a little bit more than a tiny bit. And a smidge more than that. Now we go back and continue. It'll do another mesh. There is a printed, while that's doing that, if we go back to here, I think if I search for something like this, there are gauges you can buy, printable gauges, to help with this. And if you look at the page that I think this page had, like this little printable assistant. But we're kind of winging it. Of course, I went a little too far on some of them. There's not a whole lot of point in making this perfect right now. We got it close. Let me do one more round before we heat up the bed. So we're gonna go just a hair that way. Just even less than a hair that way. That way. That way. That way. That way. Yeah, I agree, Hacker Jack. At a certain point, we're gonna do this. Just kind of whatever. John, I know it's going to change. I just wanted to get it close. We're going to heat it up now. As soon as this round is done, we're going to see how close I got cold. And then we're going to heat it up and... Use soft Loctite nut locker to avoid free space between thread and screws. After that, it is tuning nylon mode, more accurate and repeatable below 10 degrees. Yep. The nice thing about these silicone spacers is there's constant pressure. So there's no wiggling, no loosening. Let's see what we got to on that guess. So we're all a good amount below 10 degrees. So let's heat up. Let's heat up the bed. Settings, temperature. Let's heat the bed to 70. And see how much these change now. Heat it up to 70. Can we go? Do we have a... Press the temperature readings. Is this our latest? There's no timestamp here. Is there a timestamp? One 14250. Is that what we used last time? Oops. Spot. No. So let's do a new. Let's do the bed visualizer now. Let's copy this latest result. Go back here. Delete all of these. That's not quite up to temperature, so. I got them all and visualize. There we go. Look at that. That compared to, this was hot, so this is cold. Let's see if we can get a little angle on this. Oops. There's 0, 0. So let's look at that. 0, 0. And here, there's 0, 0. Printed the LED shield and it works a charm. Awesome, Alexander. It looks pretty good. Go back here. Oops, I don't want to do that. Go back to the leveling guide. Did this reset when I left the page? No? Okay, continue. So it's going to go through it again. It's up to 70C. We can wear... I would agree to 1 point. Each degree of rotation on the screw is equal to 0.0014 millimeter of travel. Multiple sample probing helps some, but you'll still see variation. Yeah. It reset the display, but I don't think it reset the process. We'll still get good numbers on this next round. Mike, good evening, Steve. Have a 2.4 kit on the way with 2 MGN9. Should I build it as R2? What do I need to change then? Who's the kit from? Who are you buying the kit from? Because there are all of the stuff, the MGN9, the old dual MGN9 setup, all of that is still fully compatible. I would recommend if you're doing 2 MGN9, I would do all of the R2 files, but go into, there's a new folder in the STLs called deprecated parts, and that's where the MGN9 parts, all the parts you need are there. The belt tension, the belt holders, retainers, the X carriage, and the XY joint stuff. Oh, that changed significantly. That changed significantly. So now we are going to pull the hotbed off and go through and do all of our adjustments. So 56 degrees. So about, I don't know why this camera is deciding to turn off. I've done all the stuff. R2 is default to MGN12, yes. Come on. There we go. I've done all the stuff. I don't know why it's turning off. It's not hot. Okay, 56.4 degrees. So something like that. 12.6 degrees. Something like that. 40 degrees. 31 degrees. 74 degrees. 19 degrees. 58 degrees. And 16 degrees. Okay, we'll let that warm up. Just kind of heat the bed. If you see a huge variation, rerun the probe routine to confirm the results. Has Voron 2.4 R2 been officially released? No, but it's very, very close. Polishing up some of the, I mean, when we do a release, there's all kinds of little things that have to, and lots of little things that get put off. The bomb is a big one. It's the thing that nobody wants to work on. So I've spent a lot of time on the bomb this weekend. Okay. But it's very close. The pull request to GitHub has been staged and is in draft mode right now. So I'm going to continue, let that run again. Yeah, Sanity, I showed some of the gauges that are out there on prusaprinters.org. I just didn't print any of them. R2 release will be in the next few days. Yep. He set us up the bomb. What is that from? It's from something. I don't remember. All your base are belong to us. Yep. All your bomb. Okay, we are very close. Much closer than we were. I'm gonna, even though this is only 3, I'm gonna give that much. Just barely. That one gets a little bit more than barely. See how close we can get this. Let that warm up a little bit. Zero wing. Yeah, I remember that. I forgot the. I remember the all your base are belong to us, but the set us up the whatever. A stepper and Arduino combo to adjust the screws by a precise angle. I think that's the definition of overkill. Anybody doing an LDO kit, make sure you check the docs.ldomotors.com site. They have lots of. Here's a general PSA for kits. Any kit, no matter the brand. If you're buying a kit, check with the manufacturer for any kit-specific documentation. Fizetic, LDO, I don't know what any of the others do. I know Fizetic is going to have some specific changes. LDO definitely has some specific things. As a general rule, anytime you're doing a kit, make sure you're checking with the manufacturer for kit-specific documentation. Some will be better at it than others. Let's see how it's running through a thing now. I got a couple of those that are a little further off than I want to be. I want to be in that low single digit range. So let's go a little bit here, a little bit there. I'm going to leave the green ones. I'm going to leave. Maybe just a tiny bit. Let's try that. Let's try that. The thing I'm seeing here, and I'd like to actually look at what the numbers actually look like, but how much does this lock you into wanting to print a certain material? So the difference between PLA and like a PETG that might like a higher temperature. I think I print 90C on this printer for PETG for things to stick. Let's do continue. My 48 volt 2.4 is definitely overkill. I have parts to do 48 volts, and I tried to do it on one of my V2s, but I had a bad stepper driver, and I haven't gotten back to it. I do have a replacement stepper driver now, but I haven't had a chance to get back to it. And I wonder if there's any difference really in the silicone, like someone mentioned in chat. Is it expanding and causing the variation on? Oh, that's pretty good. The variation in the temperatures. I am very low numbers on most of them. That is pretty good. Might try Just let the cater to my OCD a little bit. Just touch those just barely and see what I get. Hey, Dark Neutrino. "3D Printing Freak, €5 for the effort and time you spent on us." No problem. This is fun. This is good. Thank you. Continue. Let's do. Those are very close. Let's see if we can get very closer. I didn't touch the ones that were 2.4, and I think the back corner was 4.2. I didn't touch that one either, but I did touch the other 4.2 one. Let's just find out. This is the first time I've done this, so I'm learning how much I'm getting the feel for it. I know at the end of this stream, I'm going to be happier with this printer in that I can use Octoprint and I can send jobs to it without having to map a drive letter to that SD card or bring up its web page or whatever. Oh, I did screw it up. Okay. That's odd that I didn't touch this back one. Let's go there. I can get that. I get that, Sanity. And I see what you did there. Okay, let's continue. I may have hit the wrong direction. That's the idea, John, when I do this on the Switchwire. But we're going to go the extra step on the Switchwire. We're going to do this with the inductive probe and then compare those results then with the a micro switch and based end stop probe. So this is, I feel like I probably shouldn't keep going through this. Someone suggested I do just an immediate another run so we can see what the sample to sample variation might look like. So if we do it again, we should get very similar numbers, but it also might indicate chasing 0 is probably futile. So let's just run it again and see what happens. Not just staring at a screen, at least see something moving. Okay, we're coming back around, so here so we can see the numbers change. Yeah, see, I mean, they changed pretty significantly on some of them. I think we're in that realm of good. We're good. We're probably great. So let's do the print. Go back. We don't need to do this. We're going to go right to, then we're going to say finished. Say finished. What does this do when we finish? Anything? Or does it just get us out of the, did it send any commands here? Oh, so that finished. So let's do our last, let's grab our last result. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech. I'm doing well. And this isn't doing single probing Hobbyist notes. It's the Prusa does a very quick, I think it's three probes per point. But the hop in between is like fraction. I think it's less a millimeter maybe. Yeah, I'm not moving forward. So let's grab our latest results and plug them into the visualizer here. Let's bring up a new window. I'd be curious what results you would get if you configured the mesh settings, the probe settings in Clipper to similar to where your Z travel between probes is very small and very quick. So let's visualize this. Let's find 0, 0 compared to the other one. So this is at temperature. And this was at temperature before doing the bed mod. So this is room temperature with the bed mod, and this is at temperature at 70 C. So we have all of that now. Let's do a print. We're just going to take the exact same G code and hit print. Now I did do this print at 60 C. We'll see if that makes any real difference. We could do a bed visualizer at 60 C. We'll do it after the print. See what it looks like. What's the plugin's name? It's the plugin Prusa Leveling Guide. I know the chat is in the way, but I've used today Bed Visualizer and Prusa Leveling Guide. Is there a mesh in the printer that it's going to use now? Oh, the printer is set up to do a fresh mesh with every print. Do a print, then bump up the 90C and compare it to your 70 mesh. Do that. gotta. In your start G code, if you change G29 to G29T and put bed level visualizer on the line above it, it will update the mesh graphic in each probe instead of only when triggered manually in the plugin. Okay. Oh, I am not. This is going to be a problem. It is definitely, I don't know. The question is it consistently off? Do I need to redo my, whatever you call the calibrate, the live adjust Z? Because this is off. This is definitely off. It's not printing well. Let's stop this. Let's stop the print. I want to look at the mesh at 60C. I know I need to adjust the live Z, but I don't know that I should have had to. Well, that's kind of annoying. It doesn't. Oh, jeez. You can't cancel a print properly and okay. Yeah, that was not correct. I'm going to look at this mesh at 60C. Let's get the bed. Let's get the bed settled at 60. And look to see how different it might be. Live Z should be based on the, you should only need to change the Live Z if you adjust the relationship of the probe to the nozzle. Where it detects on the bed, no matter what I do here, as long as it's even, it should be okay. I want to see what the mesh looks like at 60 versus 70. See if we're getting a significant difference. So that's sitting there at 60. So let's go to Octoprint. And can I just do a bed visualizer? Update the mesh. Just Windows network drive mapping is all I was using. Jeep. That's with this Toshiba Flash Air Wi-Fi SD card. You use profiles per plates? I do. I have them set up per plate identifier and material. We can redo the filament calibration, and I guess the comparison is how consistent it is across the plate. But let's see what this looks like. Well, that looks pretty darn flat, just visually. That looks, I don't see anything there. that would cause what we saw. So maybe I just do need to run the live Z adjust again. I don't think it's even worth bringing it into the other visualizer because we can see it here. Hold on, let me let Charlie out. Oop. The camera keeps turning off and this is really frustrating. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe I need to call Sony. I am going to do the calibration. Maybe this is a better view. First layer calibration. We're going to continue where we were and do PLA. I'm going to run through the first layer calibration and then try to get a good print, and we'll be comparing the consistency between the different squares on the bed rather than the actual what they look like. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point, Weave. That is a... This is what because I got my fingerprints all over that. It was still too high. It was still too high. But let's give it a rub down. Not enough Charlie on screen. He stepped out. When he comes back in, I'll bring him up here. So I'm trying to reprint the AB gantry wire cover part, and the long part is looking like a speed benching melty smokestack. Yes, print several. And put them far apart on the bed so they have time while the tool head moves between to cool down. Is the camera view screen open? It was not, and that's probably a good point. So I just opened it up. A 4-hour stream doing silicone bed mod on a Prusa. I didn't think this was gonna take this long. But this is good. Okay, so I'm gonna get down here. See what that looks like. Squish that a little more. We're doing that right now. That's a little better. Let's try that. You usually gauge it by how hard it is to release that with a little bit of persuasion from the tweezers. Crep Star, that's what we basically did. We used some high temp hose and a printed jig for cutting it. But we used 9mm. This is a little tripod that came with my GoPro. Oh, there's Charlie. Let's see. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Where did he go? Charlie needs a little privacy right now. His litter box is over there. Maybe when he's done with that. So that is done. I haven't touched the bed, so let's try it again. That looks pretty bad. I thought it looked good. Print. Try to separate those strands. Oh, I threw it away. Nope. It's not separating. And it's not bunched up on top. And it's not separating, so I call that good. It's not rough. Hi, Charlie. Print. Looked like it came off too easy. I think it was fine. Charlie's working his way over here. Sanity. There's Mr. Spider Frog. That's what happened. I have some significant extruder tuning I need to do. Yeah, I need to do lots of pressure advance. What is it called? The pressure advance. Smooth time tuning, and then the retraction settings and extruder acceleration is different from the rest of the printer because I was getting skip steps on the pressure advance and the retract moves, and eventually it pulled the filament back far enough to where it wasn't actually making it to the hot end anymore. It was when I looked at it, the tip of the extruder was like 6 inches up in the Bowden tube. And that was due to skip steps. But then I found, talking to Eddie a little bit, the pressure advance smooth time, and the acceleration values. In Clipper, you can specify an extrude only move acceleration. So I lowered that significantly, and I was getting way better results. And then, so now I need to do some tip tuning and that kind of stuff. I just ran out of time. because I didn't want to dedicate a ton of time to that when I was working on the R2 release. There we go. Charlie has found a way. Let's go to this one. Jeep guy. No, this is running the Prusa firmware. Is it a problem with Bowden like M4 or this Y splitter? I think it's more to do with the M4 and the overall settings that I had not being tuned as a full set. My acceleration values were too high, and that was applying to extruder and other moves. And I learned that you can set an extruder only acceleration, and that helped significantly. Charlie was blocking the mic. Sorry. I got to get used to this. Did you hear any of it, or was it just muffled? Charlie, you're gonna you're gonna skew the results. Here, you can sit over here. A bit muffled. Okay. This looks good though. It looks consistent on those two. You want over there? He's gonna get over there whether I want him to or not. He can't resist. It's probably not hot enough for him to... Yeah, it's not super hot. Nope, you can't get on the bed. I need good results here. Got about 2 minutes remaining. Oh, there we go. Oh, what filament did you use to rebuild the Mark III? This is all KVP ABS. Yeah, he's starting to get some orange in that patch instead of all just white. So his hair is growing back well. You can go up there. I say it does look consistent. It does look consistent. Now, don't let me forget that we want to try... We're going to bump this up to 90 and see what the bed mesh looks like. Yes. Fully enclosed printer, keep the cat away. So while we're waiting, just another reminder, this coming weekend stream is going to be another one that's not on Sunday. This one will have to be on Saturday. And the plan is to cover upgrading the green V2 with the R2 parts. So... Crepstar, why did I rebuild? I replaced all the... I wanted to change color, and then I replaced all the PET G parts with ABS. This is just fluorescent green. This is their fluorescent green. Nope, fluorescent green. Hold on, I'll show you a comparison. There's a significant difference. This is Lulzbot green. This is fluorescent green. I did not resize any of them. Printed just fine, assembled just fine, all the bearings, no problems. You'll be out of town for the weekend stream, Chris? Yeah. After, well, I mean, all my main streams are always going to be on the weekends. I have a day job. Hopefully after this weekend, I'll get back to my normal Sundays. But Charlie does not sleep on top of the printers. He hasn't been interested. He hasn't seemed to care about the printers. Just, I'm here working on it, so that's why he's... Yeah, I didn't notice, I don't remember having any problems assembling this Sanity. It is a pretty bright green, obvious. Okay, let's see if we can get an evaluation on this. They are consistent. They are all a little too smushed, but what we're looking for is not overall, what we're looking for consistency between them. All of them are a little smushed. This one might be slightly less smushed than the rest, but I think it's closer. It is closer than what I got before, because there was a significant variation between a couple of them. Are you okay there, Charlie? I'm going to number these the same way I numbered the others, so I can kind of look. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No! He found a rubber band. He is infatuated with packing tape and rubber bands. I think, yeah, this one in the corner was slightly less. It's still full. There's not much difference between them. Let's change this to 90. Let's see what the mesh looks like. He was printing the rear left when he did that. That's possible. Build a dummy printer that looks like it's being worked on, but it's really just a bed. So we're going to do this mesh at 90. So we're winding this down. We'll end the stream very shortly after we see the results of that. So at this point, what's up? We can chat about anything. We're just going to run that and see what it looks like. I think overall we saw some results here. It wasn't a very difficult mod to do. The silicone part of this stream was a fraction of the time it took to set up the Pi, and some of that was my mistakes. So do you have in your start G code the command to actually use the bed mesh to compensate? They should be exactly the same, really. I just downloaded the Prusa profile. I have not printed from this computer in this Prusa instance, or the Prusa slicer instance. We can look at that. I guess I thought I made a safe assumption that the downloaded Prusa profile would use that, but let's check. Let's go to the G code. Oh. Here is the start G code. M420S1 in there to actually use the mesh after it's done. Should you for the mesh bed level? I remember needing that for generic Marlin, but do you need that for the Prusa stuff? And if you do, why would it not be in their default profile? Does anybody see anything here that would indicate that it's not using it? No. Yep, that's what I thought. You okay? Touched his paw on the 90-degree bed. Well, there's no G29 in Prusa speak. It's G80 apparently. I think the Prusa stuff is just different enough, but I could be corrected. Anyway, it's up to temperature. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah. Prusa stuff is different. Let's update the mesh. Yes. I would be very surprised. Yeah, there's a G80 in there. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't using the mesh on their default profile. But if somebody knows different, let me know. Any opinion on the best purge line? I've always used one that's based on the Prusa one, where it starts with a relatively light, or it starts with a blob to grab stuff off the nozzle, does a relatively light extrusion for a second, and then a heavier extrusion to finish, and then starts the print. So it is different, but I don't know if it's different enough. Variation 0.24 millimeters. So we have a variation of 0.24 millimeters right now, right? Let's just run it again. We're talking, Kyle. We're talking about robots pet cat petting robots now. All you have to do is look at the code you use for the bed level plugin. So we just did a mesh at 90 and then did another mesh and had a variation of 20% difference. Now, all of this, and what I want to get to, the next piece of this, all of this is centered around trying to figure out how this works. And then I want to see how much effect the magnets are having on the probe, and if that's making a difference in the way these meshes look after we've adjusted them. So if you're probing a point that's near a screw and that value has been affected by the magnet, am I adjusting that screw based on bad data? The reality is that we got a pretty consistent print, but I still want to know that. And that's what we're going to look into a little further when I get back to doing this on the Switchwire. Does that make sense? I think what we're seeing, the representation is looking really good, and we have a much flatter picture than we had before. And that may be actual reality, but I want to see, because in my mind, I feel like if the magnets are affecting the probe, this might be false data to a degree that doesn't matter, but still. The variation was 0.19 on this latest one, John. Let me cool this down, and we will call it. It's been a few minutes. Probably let's call it at 2:15 or so. About 4 minutes. If anybody has any other questions, Chris, you got a Revo scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Is that a Revo Micro or a Revo 6? And did you get multiple nozzles for it, or did you just get the 0.4? I have a Revo Micro and the Hemera upgrade ordered through E3D. I don't think it's shipped yet. I haven't seen a notification. So I've looked at a little closer, going back to this mesh stuff. I've looked a little closer at there's something called faulty regions in Clipper. And let's see if we can bring that up. We go to Clipper 3D and go to the documentation and bed mesh, and near the end of the file, start from the bottom, I think. Yeah, right here. So there's a thing you can set up called faulty regions. And what it will do is you can define the bounding boxes for every magnet on the bed. And you see these faulty regions. And it will, if a probe point lies within, like here, and I think they're using the Prusa setup here as an example. There's a magnet here in the middle that is vertical like this. If probe point falls in the middle of that, it will probe to each side, up to 4 points to each side. This one's on the edge, so it's 3, and then take the average of those for that point. And you see here in the middle of the bed is another example. There's a magnet here, it's horizontal, and it will probe to every side of the bounding box you set, and then average it for that point. So we're going to play with that too. Now I need to figure out if somebody has define these coordinates for these magnets, or if I need to go through and do that myself from the CAD or the DXF file. Troy, they might be short on some Chimera parts. That's fine. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have some Revo parts right now. So, how long have I been out of the news to not know Prusa has pulled the MK3 off the site? They've pulled it off the site? MK3 or the MK3S? Let's see. Shop. Prusa3d.com. I think that's their web store. 3D printers. Oh, I'm okay with that. There's the Mark 3S. Oh, the Mark 3S Plus. What inductive probe are you going to be using? On the Switchwire, I have a Super Pinda. This one, I think, is just a regular Pinda. I don't think I've moved this to the Super Pinda. Charlie wants back in. Let's see here. That's still working. Maybe it was overheating with that screen down. I need to remember to keep that up. I'm interested to see what they do with the Mark IV. Obviously, 32-bit board. I don't know what else, though. The Weekend Warrior, I haven't settled for a hot end for my 2.4. What's the best budget way to go for the R2? Budget? Dragonfly. Probably. The Phaetus Dragonfly. And I think, what is it? The BMO? Whatever one that mounts with screws from the top. That's probably where I'd go for budget. FYI, if you probe with a clicky-like probe with textured sheet, then the result is off across the plate. That's a good observation. I have smooth sheets that we can use for that instead. I get that, though. That makes sense. Prusa Mark IV 32-bit color Wi-Fi Clipper. Clipper. They have talked about Clipper compatibility with the XL, right? Where are we at? Is it BMO or is it BMS? I always get those confused. The Super Pinda is not so sensitive to heat and magnets, as opposed to the regular Pinda. I'm just curious. The Dragonfly has no single-handed nozzle swap, right? Correct. It's not. I think that feature, in my opinion, for my use case, that feature is overrated. I don't think that I would not trust tightening any of them. The Mosquito, the Dragon, single-handed. You're putting too much stress on the whole assembly. I wouldn't do it. Any swapping a nozzle on a Mosquito, on a Dragon, or whatever, I would still constrain the heater block as you're doing that. BMO is in oval, circle, S is in square. So the BMS is the one you want. No, the other way. BMO is the one you want. Okay. I don't know how old this Pinda is. It's probably, I don't think it's original. I think I've swapped it. Although that might not be true because it's the gray the gray tip. And I think they all went to black tips, right? I do have an extra super pinda here. I just never got around to swapping it out. This is the one with the built-in thermistor. But you know, the super pinda has a built-in thermistor as well. It just doesn't have it does the compensation internally rather than sending it to the controller. BMS is Enderlike. Okay. Yeah, we've had a tool in for Afterburner as well for both the BMS and the BMO. I don't know whether I think I have a. Yeah, this is a super pinda. Whoa, almost lost that. It's in a pinion adapter. Yeah. Holy moly, I'm getting blown up by texts. So I think we're going to call it there, everyone. Once again, thank you. This has been fun. This is going to build onto more content for the Switchwire, but that's probably going to be a few delayed by several weeks because we're going to work on the V2 next, and because it's timely, I think to we have a lot of builds going on, and I just finished one with building a 2.4 revision 2 from scratch, but this next build will be concentrating on trying to convert those parts with and methods for keeping things together and stuff like that. So thank you. We'll see you on Saturday. I'll try to put the stream scheduled on Friday, and we'll see you then. Have a good one. Bye.